It's literally beans everywhere. Like, these kind of like got almost dry. They feel kind of like rubbery, and the beans on the inside feel hard. So I guess don't be my secrets. This is my little asparagus being harvested today. So a bunch of now I'm gonna have to separate them from which I'm doing right now, low key. The dry ones. So these are kind of dry, and these are still like good to my liking. Okay. Anyway, let me go and put the ones that I like. I like it. I like it when they kind of crispy still. And it's some on here, but I'm gonna let them grow a little bit more. I'll put these up there. And hey y'all, I'm just gonna rinse them out and put them in a little bag. So the ones that are like what I was saying, the ones that are kind of rubbery, I'm just gonna let those dry out. I'm probably gonna take them and put them in the greenhouse. These I'm gonna go and put in my little freezer. I'll be right back. My little freezer bag. I forgot the string. Hold on. One more thing. All right, y'all. So back outside. I'm finna hang these up so that they can dry out properly. I guess I really could have left them on the vines, but I do want to remove them because I want to just say this plant specifically, most plants, when you leave the fruit on there, it makes them think that the season is over and they can slow down. I don't want it to slow down, so. Okay. My bad, y'all. I was trying to check on all the plants before I came and sat down. I do have some more trimming to do, and I need to look at the plants on this side over here. Ooh. My little asparagus shoots, so you didn't be carrots too, but okay. So now I need to trying to take my shoe off. Okay, I'll slide my shoe off. Now I need to tie up these. Hey, what's up, y'all? Hey. Oh, this smells so good. I really like it. You know, the actual carrots in these water. I ain't good. I let it dry. Hey, what y'all got going on? Hey, what's up? Probably gonna water the garden in a second, but I did want to do some pulling and count, see how many. I missed one of my jalapeno peppers, y'all. There's one over there high, so I got one more than I thought. And waiting for my cucumber plant to have both male and female. You know, but then I may just be confusing it. I think I'm gonna look at that some more too. But they for sure need some water first. It's 90 degrees here. Hey, what's up? To anybody I haven't said hey to. Oh, another little baby. It's starting to look like some of my carrots are shaking up the soil underneath them, which is cool because I know they getting big. Oh, I found another. So that's 5 little itty bitty peppies, baby peppies. I really do need to water the water, y'all, but trying to wait until it cool off a little bit. It's still so dang hot. It's like it's scary, but heat right now is wild, bro. It's like crazy, bro. Okay, I'm finna go put the water on so I can water the plant. It's just so hot. It's so hot. Now I can't think. I'm halfway thinking about skipping my pepper plant. Take them to the chicken. Okay, they look alright. It's not what I thought it was. So I'm gonna go cook the water. Before I do, I'm gonna trim my bean plant because I feel like yeah, way too many leaves, y'all. It's not giving me no beans over here. But these right here. Mm. Oh, I'm putting all these leaves in my little compost little area. But I'm basically doing this because I myself been barely see into the pot to see what's going on. And even though I have been getting a wonderful harvest for these things over here, I have noticed these things have been giving me. So, now I'm gonna cook. Okay, let's go cut the water off. I wonder how many stops of juices. Oh, hello, Miss Melissa. How you doing? I see 1, 2, possible 3. Prayerfully more than that because I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 9 out here, and I count 1, 2, 3, and I see another one, 4 possible stops. Maybe more than that. Hold on, let me look. It's my first time going corn, y'all. It's like first time ever growing corn. I didn't know that you only got like uh one stop per, how do you say it? Like 1 ear of corn per stop of corn. But it's other things that you could like make from it, you know what I'm saying? But I'm gonna have to look out into it. Because I know you can make flour with corn. Oh, let me go put you out here. Put y'all over here. Hey y'all. Oh, that's cool. Thank you. You said about going a little peaceful and relaxing. That's how I be feeling. Lynn, you can't wait to grow corn next season. Me either, because you know what I'm saying. Even though I'm growing it this season, I'm learning because it's my first time ever growing corn, and I don't want to say it like that, but I really don't have an idea of what I'm doing. I'm just trying to figure it out. You said who dog is that? Oh, yeah, who dog keep on working, baby. He's just over there doing the most. Dang, I just know I was just sitting over here with this camera in the perfect position. I'm gonna do it like this. Whew. Now my plants got their water and they happy, which makes me happy. Dang, I saw it online. I saw them talking about it online, but it ain't smoky out here. Like it's all sunny and bright and whatnot. It's actually a beautiful day today. To be honest, I have like wanted to go to work, but you know what I'm saying. It's cool. My mom came home with food for me and my son to eat, and I had money to get, the other little stuff. So I decided to stay my behind at home and relax and come on live with y'all, check on my plants and etc. And it's cool. I got a hefty little harvest of beans. I don't know what kind of beans these make, because I know, you know what I'm saying, when you catch them when they early, they green beans. But I don't know if they gonna harden and become, how long. This year I have been growing I don't know how to say it, because most of my plants I sold from seed this year. Some of them I bought this year, and then some of them I have been having for years. Like the basil I've had for 2 years, and like it just kept growing after like I stopped. I took a pause from gardening, and it kept growing. And when I came back from Austin, my whole little experience that I had with my last experience, that, well, I don't even want to call it that because it's technically not, but whatever. But me and my ex, I came back and the basil was like really back here doing this thing. My tomato plant came back from last year too. But for the most part, like the corn, I grew it from seed this year. The beans, I grew them from seed this year. But my peppers, I bought them and I've been growing them since. And that's funny. I have some other plants that I just started, and I'm trying to see what they gonna do. But overall, I feel like of all the plants I have in my garden, I have been at this exact garden about 2 to 3 years, because my aloe vera, which I had purchased, I think when I got my straight line purchase, because that's when I really like started. It's just like buying all of my gardening stuff, and I had my whole little garden set up sitting outside my trailer. So I guess since that time, but I've added a bunch of stuff. I guess I don't want it to. I don't want to make it seem like I had all this going on last year, because I didn't. Last year I grew a few carrots, a few radishes, but mostly tomatoes and basil. And this year I have just about a little bit of everything, because I have a lot of different things growing. And it does excite me. But one thing that I am noticing is how I want to grow certain things, especially once I have my own house and my own space, and I'm gonna be able to like properly lay everything out and put it in the best place. Like for sure, my beans and peas, they cannot those kind that variety cannot go in that kind of, like, you know what I'm saying. Then it's gonna have to be a situation where I'm gonna have to put them like in a garden bed, because they need more space. But for the most part, just trying to learn the different plants. I think I'm gonna end up having to find another pipe or garden bed for my carrots. Oh, that's cool. I can understand it. Even though I do stay in the city, but it's the outskirts, but not really. Like I feel like at this point it's not, but it is. I don't even know how to explain the area that I stay in. It is. It's like it's within Houston city limits, but at the same time, it's right at the edge, right before you go into the suburbs. So I do get what you're saying. But I don't know. I mean, like even on the little patio, you can have a garden. But I get it. It's not the same. I had mine when this one first started. It was outside my trailer. I didn't have a backyard. I just put it on the edge. Like, well, I guess technically that it is. It's just a mini backyard. You said thank you for teaching. You welcome. Even though, you know what I'm saying, I don't want to say that I'm deliberately trying to teach because I don't feel like I'm an expert. I feel like I'm still learning. But, you know, if you do learn anything, that is a wonderful thing. I know you can't learn from anybody, even though for the most part, I'm still trying to learn. But some things I can, you know, help you out with. But I am kind of getting to know each plant as we go. And hopefully as the years progress, I'll be able to be an expert at knowing the plants. You know what I'm saying? A great number of plants too. But it's cool. I feel like cooking is kind of like a prereq to gardening because when you know how to cook, you know what to do with plants and what to do with things after you have it. But you know what I'm saying? Once you learn how to garden, it's like you learning how to grow the thing before you get to the part to where you learn what to do with it. So after you grow it, you already know what to do with it. You know what I mean? That's kind of what I got going on. And with the herbs, it's kind of like I know learning the medicinal properties and learning how to store them and all that stuff. It's a lot that I'm trying to learn. I had to give me some more books. You in the Courtway building. I don't know what that means. I don't know if you're trying to say you at court or if you just saying you stayed like in a courtyard type area or something like that. But you sure reminded me of this time when my ex was at court, my first husband was at court before he got, you know what I'm saying, sentenced to being put in Jamaica, put out the country for he was at court taking pictures and recording videos and going live and all kinds of stuff. Okay. Let me go rinse my straw. I gotta use the restroom anyway. I'll be right back. I remember that. Uh, I'll be back, y'all. that? Courtyard building, 3 flat. Yeah, I understand. Oh yeah, by my corn, yep. I got a few ears coming in. I'm excited. I'm excited. What's wild to me is some of the stocks have none. One of the stocks have 2, and the other one has 1. I think it's only 1. It might be more than 1 that have 1. So I think I have either 3 or 4 stocks coming in. My goal is what, 9, because I have 9 stocks of corn growing right now. But we gonna see. They say that they typically only give 1, possibly 2 for each. So I think it's like 1 to 3 each. So we gonna see. I think they only grow for 1 year, but I might be wrong. 6 apartments on each side. I have an idea what you mean. I get what you're talking about. Yeah, that's one of those situations. If management won't let you have a garden, it's nothing you can really do about it, you know. And I do understand because I have stayed in apartments where they were okay with like outdoor gardening, like a greenhouse and all that. And some places be like, you know what I'm saying, HE hockey sticks, nah, bro. But it depends, and it depends on how they feel about it, you know. There are some that told me they didn't mind because they felt like it made the property look better because, you know what I'm saying, it's kind of adding to the landscaping. And there are some that don't like it. You know, it just depends on where you stay at. I also think it depends on how you keep your garden because, you know what I'm saying. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I'm doing good. I don't know how they would feel about it, to be honest. When I was staying in my trailer, they didn't mind. You know, my little garden, I feel like it looked kind of cute, you know, because it had the little pink and purple thing going on and my little glow in the dark lights that will shine up against my trailer at night. The first trailer part, it was just kind of ducked off in between me and my neighbor's trailer. And the second one, I feel like it kind of added to the little ambiance, or whatever you call it, of the trailer park because they had lights going all around that was glow at night. And I feel like it looks so pretty. I love looking at that. Even though I hated having to be outside at night, just off of the fact that people were trying to mess with me and my son, I love the fact that when I was out at night, I could see my lights and the trailer park lights. They were just so pretty. It really was. But you know what I'm saying? I don't know if I'm going to do a trailer park again. It's like a part of me that do want to go ahead, you know what I'm saying? Because why not? It's what I wanted. But simultaneously, it's a part of me that's like, I did it already. You know what I'm saying? It was fun. We stayed in more than one trailer park. It is what it is. We use whatever amenities to such an extent that we can hang it up and focus on something else, especially since, you know what I'm saying, I do have the blessing of being able to stay with, you know, my mom right now. I should probably use it to my advantage and try to save up some money and get a house. That way, I ain't even got to worry about the things that I had to worry about at the trailer park. And I know that depends upon me and how long I'm going to be able to deal with, you know what I'm saying, being in my mom's house, yo. And it's like, I know only people that understand will understand, bro. I miss being able to carry on the way I want to carry on and do what I want to do. But I know if I move out now, I won't be able to save up money. So it's kind of like, I don't know. I don't know which way. I don't know. I don't know how we. I know. I need to focus on the car first, anyways. But I'm also thinking about that. Dang, I had a feeling that I was gonna mess my lighter up. You say you like my dress. Thank you. It's really a shirt, but thank you. I appreciate it. I do. I do. I do. Oh, what's up, Mr. Lizard? Oh, they done blended in with the plant. I almost didn't see you right there. I almost confused you as a fuck. I know one thing, if these days are trying to bring athletes in here today, this is probably tearing them up. Thank you. I pray that God will bless you and your family too. Like, we need a blessing. We really do. You said I'm spreading knowledge for free. That's cool. I almost said I try to, but it's not deliberately me trying to, I'm just doing my thing. I enjoy gardening, so you know what I'm saying? I enjoy being on live when I garden. I enjoy those of you that garden too that come and watch. Those of you that want to garden eventually that come and watch. Or maybe you are living out your gardening dreams through me. Maybe you have fantasies of gardening and you can't garden wherever you want. I understand. Even though I do hope that change, you know what I'm saying? I think everybody should be able to have at least a little small break. Especially with this sickness that's going on right now in the US, where it's about where raw vegetables is making people sick. That's crazy. You said God gives freely and this man that packages this and sells it. I feel you. I feel you. I feel both spectrums because yeah, God do give it freely, but you have to work to get it because it ain't like you know what I'm saying. Most of my plants, they not gonna survive if I stop taking care of them. And some people basically monetize the time that they took out watering, giving nutrients, sometimes hand pollinating, and all that kind of stuff. And that's kind of like the work that they put in. That's what they are basically selling. Because that would even be like I sell makeup, you know, and in reality, it's not a situation where nobody else could make their own makeup if they truly wanted to. They could take out the time and try to get different flowers and dry them out like what I got going on back here, and I have different things drying out, and then they could let it get to the dry state, grind it down into the powder state, and make their own eyeshadows. They could, you know what I'm saying, mix it with something like aloe vera and try to create their own lip pigment and their own, you know what I'm saying. That is a lot of work though. That is a lot of work though. Trust me, I know. You know what I'm saying? As somebody that I didn't start a cosmetics company and just like, you know what I'm saying? That was just it. I actually looked into it, how cosmetics are made and created, how much time and effort it takes into it. I put forth effort to actually try. So when it comes down to it, you're not just paying for the product itself. You're also paying for whatever work somebody put into getting that product into your hand. And I know that that's gonna go over some people's heads, but it's the truth. That even comes to clothes making. You can make your own clothes at home, but it's gonna take you like a whole yard, and you know what I'm saying. You're gonna have to sit there and grow whatever plant that you're gonna use to create your, you know, your thread. Then you're gonna have to thread it into a pattern. Then you're gonna have to color it. Then you're gonna have to actually stitch it and get it. You have to get the balance and the pH right, and you have to get it to where it can actually be wearable for clothes. Like I feel like it's so many things that extra steps to it. I feel you. I feel like it's really a situation where a lot of people don't get paid based off of how much work they put in. they have it's like everything is organized when it comes to clothes. One person is growing the whatever we're going to use as fabric, and then somebody is going to take that and drive it from their place. They harvest it, and whoever is going to drive it, another person's job is to drive it from them to the person that is going to get it ready to be strung into fabric, and then somebody transports it from it being somebody actually transitions it from something that just got harvested to something that can actually be strung into fabric. Then it's somebody else's job to transition it from being processed to transition it to the actual person that's going to string all of that yarn into fabric. And then somebody got to sit there and wind it up to where it gets in a position to where it's like, dang, where is it? I just used some yarn. Okay. To where it's like this. Okay. And it may be a little, more coarse depending on what it is. But when it come down to it, that's what they objective is. Then the next person is going to take this, and their job is to take this and turn it into a fabric that can actually be worked into like a pattern. And they have to use that big machine and, thread everything together. Then they have to transition it from that person to the next person. And now that person's job is to add some kind of design to the fabric. And then, sometimes this can be done backwards. It could be a situation where the person that turns it into thread then turns it into a specific color. And then the next person come in and they create a design out of different colors, or they could do the design after they have already had it put together or whatever it depends. Then it goes on to another person, and this person has to stitch it into place following a select pattern that is going to make it fit a person's body a specific way. And then it can finally be called clothes. Like, it's almost like basically they broke it down to where it's easy for us to maintain it. But when it come down to it, if we were all doing everything for ourselves, we would all be so exhausted. Words would not even explain. You know what I'm saying? Words wouldn't even be able to express. Could you imagine having to do everything yourself, having to make your own clothes from scratch? You grow your own food from scratch. Go get your own meat and hunt from scratch, or fish from scratch. Cook from scratch, like scratch. I'm talking about scratch, no mixes, no nothing. You got everything from scratch. By the end of the day, you are literally going to fall into the bed and go to sleep. You may go to sleep standing up. That's how tired you will be. And that's just the truth. I feel you. Let everybody special. I feel like that's literally what we have going on. Everybody specializes in what they like and what they do. And you know what I'm saying? We trade. That's literally what money is. It's an IOU. You know what I'm saying? Nobody else learned that in school. That money is an IOU. It's not that, you know what I'm saying? You get paid based off of, it's like it's basically what the powers that be, they feel like your job is worth such and such amount per hour. And you have to, when you go out and buy things, you have to think about that, how much you make per hour and how much that item is. Because if you don't make nothing but $10 per hour, every time you go out and spend something, and it's something that is $10, you have to think about the fact that that item is worth an hour of your time. If it's $20, that's 2 hours of your time, whatever your job is. And you have to really sit there and think about it. Is it really worth it? Man, I feel like it gets deep. You said you couldn't imagine that, baby. It's like, it's understandable the system that we have going on, but at the same time, I feel like The problem is not the system itself. The problem is that there are people that get paid BS amounts to do things that are worth so much more that when it comes down to the bottom line and you sitting in the store with your paycheck and you looking at something, you feel like it's not even worth the amount of time that you put in to earn that money. That's what it really is. And when it come down to it, I feel like at the time, like right before I graduated high school, you could have a job that is like seen as starter, intern, or entry level positions, and you could afford to have a car, to maintain your car, insurance on your car, to have a starter or entry level house and maintain that house, and etc. But now it's a situation where everything is so expensive that it makes you feel as if your time is wasted. That's why it's a lot of people saying they tired. You know what I'm saying? I see people come out here and talk about everybody should just decide that they gonna quit on the same day, all that random, and see what happens. Because it don't make sense. Like, it's too many people that are not even making enough to survive. They can't even make enough to pay rent. Meanwhile, you know what I'm saying? Everything that is in control is sitting up here working on AI, replacing everybody's jobs. The what is it called? I forgot the little cars, the self-driving cars replacing people's jobs, the drones replacing people's jobs. Meanwhile, most people are not able to maintain and to stay afloat, and it's causing a lot of problems in our society. There are too many people that have so much money that they could not even possibly spend it all in this lifetime. Meanwhile, the people that work for them are asking for help buying food and paying their rent. It doesn't make any sense. And instead of, you know what I'm saying, I understand that the government is having a problem stepping in because it wouldn't be fair for them to come in and try to tell them people how to run their business. But simultaneously, every time they raise up the how much we make, every time they raise up the meat, like the minimum wage limit, it's like they raise up rent. They raise up the prices of everything to such an extent that it didn't even matter that they raised up the minimum wage, because just they raised up the minimum wage, but then they raised up the price of rent, and they raised the price of food, and they raised the price of products. And now it's a situation where there are people that work at certain places and they can't even really afford to buy anything from where they work at. You know what I'm saying? That will be like somebody working at McDonald's making $10 an hour. And if they go and try to buy a meal, certain meals is over $10. And it's like that meal that you can make, you know how to make it from scratch in 5 minutes. It is going to take up 1 hour of your time on your paycheck. And it's nonsense. You said capitalism is what I'm talking about. That's the problem with society right now. It's not that it's bad of how society is and how it is positioned. It's bad because there are too many people that are making a ridiculous amount of money that they can't even manage. They couldn't even possibly spend it all in their lifetime, their children's lifetimes, and they are so stingy that they won't even allow it to be a situation where they are paying their employees enough to live without raising the prices of their products so much that them paying them employees enough to live is pointless. And that is literally what, you know what I'm saying? Every millennial, that's what we had to grow up into. A world where we make more than people that, you know what I'm saying, in the past that had our jobs, but everything is so expensive that we might as well make less. You can't even tell that we make more. And it's wild because we have older generations constantly telling us, oh, you need to get a job, you need to do this, you need to do that. But it's like, dang, even with that job, you don't even realize I make the same amount you made when you were my age, but you can't tell because everything costs so much. And that's just what it is. Everything is so expensive. that it seemed like we ain't making nothing. But in reality, we working, you know what I'm saying? Stressing ourselves out, working our, you know what, off, halfway, working harder than other people have, and not even receiving halfway as much. And it's so everything going up. The price of school going up, the price of materials going up. Even when it comes down to college, college did not cost as much as it did for our parents as it does for us. And back in the day, their excuse for that is if you pay more for school and tuition, then you would appreciate it. And now it's an extent to where there are people that have loans that are so expensive that it's like they can't even move on with their life and go into, you know what I'm saying? It's just like, baby, and it's wild because it feels like the upper ups are always like, I don't understand why they aren't happy. I don't understand why this isn't, you know what I'm saying? And it's literally the system that they created that is causing so much distress. Anyways, you know what I'm saying? And now it's the vibe what he's saying. Taking the companies is buying up all the rural land. So even the people that wanted to live off grid and not have to worry about the government and what they doing, they being bothered. They didn't spend thousands upon thousands of dollars to build these wells, and they can't even get water from their own well because the tech company got this place off, you know what I'm saying, a few miles away that's draining all the water. It's crazy. And I get it that they using the water to cool down their systems. I don't understand if it's a possibility of them using salt water, why they don't. Because that will be better for our environment and for us in general. We only have a limited amount of fresh water. Why would they use, like, I just don't even understand why they would even, you know what I'm saying? It's wild to me. You learned how to finance economics off YouTube and how to be an oil broker. Baby, I'm scared of you. Now, I took classes on finance and economics when I was in high school. I also took some in college. But you know what I'm saying? I have seen a few videos on it on here. But as far as learning about it on here in general, you said I gotta learn how to build my own biosphere. I don't know what you mean by that. It took you 3 years to do what?
Oh, you talking about having a well go in the like go in the ground and it purifies the water as it goes down. That's cool. I don't know if you can do that in Texas because a lot of areas in Texas, for those of you that don't know, you can't you don't get the mineral, what is it, mineral rights. For those of you that have never put forth efforts to buy land in Texas, words to the wise from somebody that has. You cannot. There are a lot of areas where you don't own mineral rights, and because you don't own mineral rights, it'll be a situation where you own that property outright, but you can't have a well built. There are areas where you can, but it depends on the city, the county, and that area specifically. There are some areas, even if you were to start digging on your own property and you found gold, it will be a situation where you don't own the mineral rights. There are areas where you could like strip oil, you don't own the mineral rights. So you know what I'm saying. You definitely have to check on the area and the specifications. Okay, you know what I'm saying. That's one thing that I learned when I was, you know what I'm saying, as I have been looking into properties and things like that. You have to look at the specifics. Now I know there are areas where you can, but you know this is something that you definitely have to look into specifically for you. You studying how to do electric culture in your garden. You mean like how to have a hydroponic system that runs off of the solar or something like that? You said that makes sense because we can dig for oil down here. And I guess our recompense is our gas being cheaper, but simultaneously, you know what I'm saying? You have to be careful about where you buy land at in Texas in general because some areas you can't own, like you have no mineral rights. You don't own any kind of minerals that you may find on your land, so you have to be careful about it. And this may also be why some properties are a lot cheaper. Like the same kind of house that you could get for way more somewhere else will be cheaper down here because you may very well find that you don't own mineral rights. It could be attached to a HOA and all kind of etc. So you have to actually like, you know what I'm saying, pay attention, especially when you like making such a big purchase. You said it's a lot to do and it's hard to explain it. You self-educate for fun. I understand. I'm not knocking it. I'm not knocking it. I do the same thing. Well, I don't know if it's for fun. Yeah, it is for fun, but simultaneously, typically it tends to be useful information. Without self education or without trying to figure out something that I got going on. Some that is like I have learned that. I know how to, if I wanted to have electricity in my greenhouse, which I kind of do, low key, because I have a plug here. But that is the on grid way of having electricity in my greenhouse. The off grid way would be for me to get some solar panels and have a whole little system set up out here, which I haven't done. That may be something that I do when I have my own property, my own house. And then, you know what I'm saying? It'll make sense for me to have, in my different structures that I have in my backyard, I probably will have electricity that is, you know what I'm saying, solar electricity going on so that it'll be, cheaper, low key, first of all. I'm trying, baby. Once I have my own little house and I start doing building the things that I want to build and having the things I want to have going on, I definitely want it to be a situation where it is the cheapest option. You talk about having copper rides. I never heard of that. Of having copper rides in my garden. I'm finna go get the food my mother bought me because I'm hungry. Then I'm gonna bust open my other little beer. See, I'll be right back, y'all. Wash my purse. All right, so all right, air fry my food back to life. You say you glad to see me happy and talking today. A vision without action is nearly a dream. I can feel that. You want some beans and cornbread watching me eat. I'm eating a burger that I'm not even about to be able to finish. because I basically took two Big Macs and combined them together. Even though my mom did request extra pickles like I usually ask, they only put two pickles on each burger. I don't understand why they do that. It just makes me so upset. Like, how is that extra? That's not even what y'all should put. Because if that's extra, two pickles is extra, then that means you consider one pickle normal. And that's crazy, bruh. One pickle don't cover the whole burger. Why? I don't understand. I don't understand. I don't understand. Whew. Okay. Yeah, I just realized this is big on this. you back. Well, she went to go get something to eat, and then came back. You went and got some beans and cornbread. Okay. I can't wait to see how these asparagus beans come out. Yeah, I'm trying to get this fly drunk. This fly tipsy since he keep on coming by this beer can over here. We're gonna see if it really wants some beer. So years ago, when I was working at this nursing home, I had a patient that would literally ask for beer every day. And like every day, like seriously, every single day. Every day I would, you know what I'm saying, come get her from her room, take her out into the front so she could watch TV and hang out with the other people. And she would typically say she want to sit outside on the porch and she want to reminisce on being like, you know what I'm saying, where she used to be. I would walk past her in the hall. She would grab me and be like, "Man, I'm trying to get home." And I would be like, "Okay, where's your home, baby?" She would be like, "Galveston." I would be like, "You trying to go to Galveston?" Now Galveston is like an hour away from Houston, and it's like it's the beach. You know what I'm saying? So it's like I can understand if you was born in Galveston and for whatever reason your family decided to put you in a nursing home in Houston, you be feeling like, baby, every day it was a panic with her. I gotta get home. I gotta get home. This is not right. She said every day. And I'll be like, okay, so what we gonna do? You know what I'm saying? When you get home, what you wanna do? Baby, she said I wanna go home so I can sit on my porch and give me a beer and just sit there and sit on my porch. And that's all she wanted to do. Finally, they had this day where they decided to like let the patients indulge, okay, so they can have wine and they can have some light beer as long as it, you know what I'm saying, went along with whatever medications they was having. Baby, when I say this not one, she didn't take not one sip of her beer. I feel like she really just wanted to be home in Galveston, bro, and I get it. It's a whole different vibe. You know what I'm saying? Even the wind blow different. Ah, I know it'd be wrong for me to say that was my baby, but she was a sweetheart. She really was. She'd be like, "Baby, I gotta get out of here. I gotta go home." And she'd be like, "Baby, I gotta go home. I gotta go home, bruh. This is not right." I just randomly thought of that. But I think it's because I'm sitting up here sipping on beer. And that's what reminded me of her. But baby, she was so sweet. And she was literally every day, non-stop, never failed. She on the mission. She gotta get out of there. She gotta get to Galveston, and she want to sit on her porch and sip on her beer. And then and will really be stressing herself out about it. But I get it. That's one of those situations where I completely understand. You know what I'm saying? Dang. But I understand when I was in a hospital after my car accident. That's how I feel. But you know what I'm saying? I was like, I wanted to come up out of there. I couldn't stand it. I wanted to come up out of there so much. And I think the only person that came up there and would actually take me outside so I could smoke is my father and my son's father. Okay, that's just my baby daddy. That's just my baby daddy. Okay, my baby daddy pulled up. He would pull up every day with my son and take me outside so I could smoke that day. Because baby, I didn't know what to do. I was so stressed out. And would bring me vape pens and cigarettes. Coming up bringing me contraband. That's one of the nurses, one of my therapists called it contraband. And she would be like, oh, here he come with your contraband again. There's somebody that slipped you some contraband. Baby, it was about British, baby. I couldn't take it. Having both my legs messed up. Oh man, it was like, and that's what they kept saying. If it was just one, you would at the very least be able to hop around on crutches. But the fact that it was both of my legs that were injured had me messed up in the hospital for months. I couldn't stand it. And my experience of knowing what it feels like to be a patient in a nursing home. And once again, I couldn't stand it. It really frustrated me. I actually have a video about that. I was 28 years old in a nursing home. First of all, my doctors, they really felt like I shouldn't have been in a nursing home because I was too young. And then for another thing, it was a lot going on. Like the people that worked there were treating me so messed up. I don't know what they had going on. And it wasn't a racism thing because the people that worked there, at least the nursing assistants were black. The nurses, for the most part, were black. They were just nasty and hateful. But no, I don't know what was up with them. But that it was awful. hmm I'm in a wheelchair, about ready to fight. And the wild thing is, I ain't did nothing to them. But you know what I'm saying? That's one of the many experiences that I learned in my life. Even then, it wasn't even a situation where I was at a level of being like, I wasn't at the same level that I am now. But I did have a lot of, like a huge following. And I will say that somebody at the hospital realized it when I left. Because when I left, one of the nurses was, well, I don't think she was full, she was a patient care tech or something like that. She was like wanting to exchange social media when I left. And when she saw who I was on social media, she was in shock because she didn't realize that I was somebody that had a large following until I got ready to leave. But when it come down to it, that's one of those situations where, you know, as I've said before, some people, they get mad when they treat me effed up and then they realize that I have a large following and I talk about it, but they shouldn't have treated me that way in the first place. I'm pretty sure that was a life experience. That honestly sounds awful. I don't even like, baby. The fact that you survived is a miracle on its own. Once again, that is a miracle that you even survived that. And I feel you because if I wouldn't have ducked, I wouldn't even be here. And I'm talking about in my car accident, if I wouldn't have ducked, I wouldn't even be here. I don't know what you mean by that. Like it took away all my joy. You said God have a plan for me and it must be to show people how to garden. I don't know if it's to show people how to garden, but you know, it might be part of it. I feel you. You never know. I know in the mm, well, it wasn't a fun time in my life. And when it come down to it, it was a rough experience. But that's just that. You know, like I don't even know what to say about it. That's just that. I don't know. I guess I'm even thinking about other, moments of my life. I know when that moment happened, in a moment the woman struck, like I was watching her go. She was getting ready to go into oncoming traffic, but instead she ran up this like it's like a little cone, a construction cone, and she fell on top of my car and rolled off, hitting several other cars on the way into the ditch. Now, that happened in like seconds, but from my perspective, it took hours. And a lot of people don't even know what I mean. But when she was rolling up that cone, it's like, even though it was happening quickly, from my perspective, it happened so slow. And once her truck got in the sky, it's like my entire life flashed before my eyes. And it didn't flash in a way like, I don't know, it's like it happened so quick. And it literally was my entire, I don't even know, like, and I know a lot of people have no idea what I'm talking about. My whole life, like memories and things that happened. And it was like in each memory that passed, it was like I was literally there. It was, I don't even know. It's like an experience that a lot of people have no idea. Like no people, like everybody don't experience that. Everybody doesn't know what it feels like for your life to flash before your eyes. It happened. Okay, everything from me being a child, a baby, an infant, up until the moment that was going on, my life flashed before my eyes. And right after my life flashed before my eyes, I heard God speak to me, and He asked me, "Do you want to come and be with me, or do you want to work for me?" And I said, "I'll work for you." And He said, "Okay, duck." And I ducked, and her truck hit my car and rolled off. And you know what I'm saying? Me ducking literally saved my life. So when it comes down to it, it's like I don't even know how to explain, but it was a split second type moment. And it was something that, from my perspective, it happened over like hours, but in like reality, it was seconds. Hmm. Be like that sometimes. But it's like it's I get that, you know what I'm saying, what you're saying is a K joy, because it's kind of like it take your joy away. But it take me from being in a space of where I'm kind of like having a good time and being joyous to a situation where I'm serious, because that was a very serious situation. It wasn't something that even what you talking about, like, you know what I'm saying, that's a serious, it's not something that is like to be taken lightly. I don't know. I think it depends, because there are some people that understand, and this is from my experience of me talking about what I went through. This is something that is known. It's known that when you have a life or death situation, typically your life flashes before your eyes. A lot of people experience this in a moment where they think they're about to lose their life. Their life flashes before their eyes. In reality, I feel like that's what happens when you get ready to pass away. So there are people that have survived by the grace of God, and because they survived, they have the experience of seeing their life pass before their eyes. I did. Okay, I did. And I've actually experienced it more than once, because what was that, last year or the year before last, I ended up getting jumped at a club, and I got to experience that. I had that same experience all over again. Now it wasn't the same, but I did experience that whole, you know what I'm saying? The whole life or death situation. I had it multiple times. But in that instance, everything went dark. And then out of nowhere, it's like I had the feeling of being with God like for a while. And then I came back into being. on earth. Like, it's once again a situation where most people are confused by what I'm talking about and etc. But life or death situations will have you in a position where you are experiencing things other people don't have any idea, no point of reference to. And it's just they have, you know what I'm saying, because they haven't, but they'll understand one day. One day they'll understand. And you know what I'm saying, you gotta hope and pray that you're going where you hope you are, because baby, people get mad at you for laughing and joking about it. I feel like that's because people get the idea of passing away. A lot of people think that it's a bad thing. The only way that it's going to be a bad thing is if you yourself are bad. If you are bad and you have done evil your whole life, then yes, when you pass away, it's going to be a situation where you are in mourning, because where you're going is somewhere that is nothing but mourning. But if you are doing good, it's a situation where you are going to be at peace. You're going to be with God, and you're going to have nothing but joy. You made a promise to God not to come back evil. Now, the first time I made a promise to God to work for Him, and I have, and I did, and I do. The second time, my promise was more so. I don't feel like it wasn't the same thing. My intent was to put forth effort to save the people that did what, like, you know what I'm saying, that tried to take my life. Because what the how do I say it? What they will have to pay, what, you know what I'm saying, the amount of debt that they owe God for what they did to one of God's prophetesses is heavy. And it's a situation where they not go, you know what I'm saying? And a lot of people are thinking that as long as they get to enjoy earth, they'll be okay. But once they get to hell, that is forever of torment and torture. And a lot of people think that it's just going to be smooth sailing, and it's not. And you know what I'm saying? When it come down to it, I can't say, for the most part, I feel like majority of the people that did what happened to me, they don't want to repent. And it's nothing that I can do about it. And you know what I'm saying? But I tried. And I feel like it ain't gonna be no blood on my, it ain't gonna be a situation where I'm in heaven hanging out, you know what I'm saying? Eating on, you know what I'm saying, tomatoes that taste like green grapes. Meanwhile, they in hell screaming and crying because of the torment, and I'm finna feel guilt. I'm not finna feel guilty. I'm not finna feel any guilt. I'm not finna feel bad. They chose to carry on doing what they carried on doing. They made the choice to carry on living their life in an evil manner. And if it's a situation where they end up in hell, they end up in hell. I feel like that's why sometimes, even when the messages are frustrating to me and annoying to me, I go ahead and break it down the way I break it down, because there really are some people that are like mentally disturbed to such an extent that they don't understand that what they're doing is wrong. So, you know what I'm saying? You have to break it down so that they will understand. And once they have the understanding that what they are doing is wrong and they carry on doing it, it's out of my hands. That's their choice. You say you got to walk the green by and get right with Jesus. I feel like it's not even a situation where you have to walk a certain way. You have to live your life in such a way where you are not deliberately going out of your way to hurt other people, and you can possibly make it to heaven. And I feel like some people don't even understand. But when it come down to it, it's like, I had this teacher in middle school. She had one classroom rule. Her rule was, you have to be conscious of other people's feelings. And that means that you're not screaming and yelling in the classroom because that's going to hurt her feelings. That means that you're not yelling and talking over talking someone when they're trying to give an answer because that's going to hurt their feelings. That means that you're not cheating on a test because that is going to hurt your soul. You like, you know what I'm saying? I just feel like it's that kind of vibe. And a lot of people act like it is just so hard. The Ten Commandments aren't even hard. But a lot of people act like it's hard because they simply don't want to do it. And they just want to do what they want to do. Even when it comes to some of the things that people do that lands them a spot in hell, it's stupid. It's stupid to stress yourself out and work yourself rugged trying to steal somebody from somebody else just to end up in hell. And then to sit around and want to try to argue with God for hours and tell him that you right and he wrong, bro. I just feel like there's some people that really sit around like feeling like they should be and be true. You say you haven't watched the downfall of the person that shot you. Sometimes you don't get to see their downfall. Sometimes it's not even a situation where it's what you would expect it to be. Everybody downfall don't look the same. Just because somebody is content and they have everything that they want and everything that, you know what I'm saying, they need, it doesn't mean that they are actively happy. It doesn't mean that they are actively content. It doesn't mean that they are in a place that could be hell to them. There are some people that feel like, you know what I'm saying, you never know what people are going through. And just because from the outside looking in, it can look like everything is good for them, that don't mean that that's the truth. Oh, the little itty bitty baby lizard. Oh, how cute are you? Understood. He said some people don't know karma can come back on their kids. That's how I feel about some of these men that be playing women in the streets. Then they, you know what I'm saying, have a daughter that is the apple of their eye, and she end up meeting somebody that she see as the apple of her eye, and he do her the way that her daddy used to do women in the past. They'll be a man, and that be that father, you know what I'm saying? Because he gonna have to hear about how that man did his daughter, and he gonna have to hear about how this happened and that happened. And obviously, I'm not talking about men that don't care about their daughters and don't care about what kind of heartache and pain they experience and they think it's funny. I'm talking about men that actually care about their daughters and they have to endure the same heartache that she endured. They have to endure the same scrutiny and embarrassment that she endured. When her husband leave her, it's like he left him. And it's a situation where he just as embarrassed as she is. God said when it come down to it, sometimes, yeah, people are going to receive judgment in ways that they don't expect and that they don't be planning on experiencing. It really just depends on how God feel about it and how God feel about them and whatever it is that they did. But a lot of times people receive their judgment through themselves because, you know what I'm saying, when they come down to it, it's not fair for you to be somebody you did no wrong. You ain't never stole nobody's husband. You ain't never, you know what I'm saying? You ain't never steal from nobody, and now you have to endure what it feels like for somebody to do that to you. That's messed up. You know what I'm saying? And it's not fair to you to for you to receive that, and you did nothing wrong. You know what I'm saying? I just feel like it depends. It really depends. It really depends. It depends on that person. It depends on how they are as a parent because some people are really like crappy parents. They don't care if their children endure anything. Did I name my garden StaR's garden? No, I guess no. I just it's my garden, it's my little greenhouse. I didn't even give the hoop house a name, to be honest. I don't think I have ever named. Well, I did. The one in Third Ward was named after me and my ex-husband, but technically it didn't have like a name. I had a sign for it though. It had me and his names on it. The year that we got married and our last name, like my married last name on it, but for the most part it's just StaR's garden. And hallelujah. Okay, hallelujah, StaR's garden. Praise God, there's something growing in here. I figured it. I figured I'd pour the You trying to teach your daughter how not to bump into somebody like you. You do realize that 9 out of 10 she gonna look for somebody like you, right? That's typically what the children do. They go, you know what I'm saying? Whatever their example is, that's what they gonna look for. They gonna look for a daughter is gonna look for a man that reminds her of her father, and a son is gonna look for a woman that reminds him of his mother. And that's just what it is. And that, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes they'll shock you. They'll find somebody that have the bad aspects that you thought you hid real good from them, and they found somebody with them bad aspects, no matter regardless of what you thought was going on. Woo. You said, please don't rewind my trouble from my ex. I pray to God that I don't. I pray that I find somebody that remind me of good aspects of my father and not bad aspects that I didn't even know was there or whatever it is. Because I can't say. And I don't know if it's from my family or what. I did have a conversation with some family members about, and it was wild because it felt like they was basically telling me I was tripping because I have family members that act the same, if not worse, than my ex did, and they wife was okay, and they wife dealt with it, and it's like it was almost on the lines of if you reject him, you might as well reject this person and that person, and it's like, man, bruh, this is not the same. I ain't never, you know what I'm saying? I ain't never put myself in a position to where I ever thought about dating or anybody that, you know what I'm saying, a male in my family. However, I do get, once again, like I just said, girls go out and look for men that remind them of the male figures in their life. And men go out and look for women that remind them of the female figures in their life. So, you know what I'm saying? It could be a situation, you know what I'm saying? But when it comes down to it, I can't say. I do hope I find me somebody different. I do. But baby, I can't say, you know what I'm saying? My family is sometimes it's a bougie situation, and then sometimes they done shut the whole block down, right? It depends on who pull up. It depends on who all there. It depends on which side of the family you talking about, to be real. Baby, it's one side of my family, bruh. We all get together and everybody pull up, bruh. It's gonna be a situation where it mess around to be a fight before everything shut down. And the other side, it could be a situation where it look like it's a classy situation, but you know, you said get out of there, Rocky. You said I was there. I'm sitting up here thinking. I am like literally thinking. But I said that they came out in one of my prophecies. Like a lot of times I be sitting up here thinking so hard, like my head be feeling like it's spinning because I'm sitting up here trying to come up with a master plan, and it's like simultaneously I don't want to come up with a master plan. I just want to live my life, so it is kind of hard. But yeah, like my family like this. You got some family members where they pull up, it's gonna be some trouble. Or at least it used to be. They pull up, it's gonna be some trouble. And then low key, it might be some family members that feel like I am the family member that if I pull up, it's gonna be some trouble. I guess it really just depends on perspective. Okay. Yeah, shoot. That may be why I don't get invited all the time. It might be a situation, man. We bring Star Crazy by over here. She gonna act the fool. Hey, you never know, bro. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I'm just being real. Uh, I mean, what I was thinking about is not something I want to just. It's like I let it go, but I don't want to just all the way let it go because it's about somebody that passed away that I did in fact care about, and you know what I'm saying. I can't think what I was thinking about and what happened in that scenario. I kind of feel like somebody was trying to manipulate me because it is possible for me to care about my, you know what I'm saying, regardless, uncle, cousin, friend, whatever, bro. While simultaneously it being a situation where I don't want to date somebody that is reminding me of them exactly. Because, you know what I'm saying, what they were telling me about this person, it was a vibe where I felt like I could have went the rest of my life without knowing that and everything would have been fine. But they brought it up in an attempt to say, well, if you reject the person that was putting their hands on you, if you reject this abusive man, this crazy, this cheating, like, you know what I'm saying, man, it's like you rejected such and such. And it was like, wait. And I still feel like, what? That ain't the same, bro. That ain't the same, bro. That ain't the same, bro. It ain't no situation where the only way I can honor such and such memory is by me dating somebody that is a complete effing nightmare. Otherwise, I'm tripping. And I'm not only hurting his memory, I'm hurting every, like, what? Are you trying to say that he wanted me to be in some kind of messed up relationship? What kind of nonsense, bro? That's what I was thinking about. And in that instance, I didn't been kind of, I don't want to let it go per se, I guess, but I was just thinking about it. I feel like I'm just out here vibing. To be honest, I feel it wonderful. And I like to feel good out here now. It's 84 degrees. My plants are happy. They didn't got that water. And it feels like, once again, it feels good out here. It's the tent. It's cool. But yeah, that's the memory I was thinking about. I don't want to say that it's per se. It's not to say that I want to forget it, but simultaneously, it's not to say that it's something I want to keep on remembering forever. I can understand that. I feel like that is one thing that changed about me following my car accident. I don't like being around a bunch of people, and I have been able to pick up on someone else's energy even more so than before the accident. Which, you know what I'm saying, it was very bothersome, and it still is bothersome to me because one thing that I feel, especially when I was younger, I would try to suppress my gifts by drinking and smoking because I didn't want to be constantly warned and constantly having dreams and visions about people that I wanted to befriend or like somebody I wanted to date because I didn't want to see that person in a negative light. And it's kind of hard because typically, like I'll be right. Okay, it'll be a situation where whatever vision, whatever gut feeling, whatever vibe, it would be right, and it will be to such an extent that it would kind of like throw off any kind of connection I could have had to that person. That, you know what I'm saying, kind of like pulled me away from whatever the negative energy vibe was. But one thing I learned about it now, it's not always a situation where I gotta cut that person off, but sometimes it's a situation where I have to like separate myself from whatever negative um energy, or sometimes it's a negative spirit of whatever it is that person got attached to them. I need to separate myself from that aspect of them and just like, you know what I'm saying, be cool with them in other aspects. But it's hard to do when you have a gift and you are able to feel if they on some bad, like, you know what I'm saying, they got a bad vibe, they got a negative vibe, they have negative plans or etc. It's hard. I don't know what it was. It could even be a situation where, you know what I'm saying, like, and that really did cause me some confusion because as far as I'm concerned, the person that I was talking to in that moment had never met my ex. So I was kind of confused as to why, you know what I'm saying, she was saying what she was saying because it was like, you ain't even meet this man. And he looked nothing like the person that she was like, how do you say it? The first, she was like saying that they were had similar characteristics, but they had never, they act nothing alike, look nothing alike. From my perspective, you know what I'm saying? From my perspective, my point of view, I feel like they were nothing like each other in any shape, form, or fashion. And maybe it's something, some things about that person that I didn't know. But as far as I could tell, you know what I'm saying, them and my ex were two completely different people, so I couldn't even understand where that was coming from. But then when it come down to it, like I said, I've had instances where I felt like people that were strangers to me, you know what I'm saying, regardless of however they feel like they know me, have could have possibly been, you know what I'm saying, no telling what was going on, bro. Mm, I don't know who it is that felt like, you know what I'm saying, it would be a smart idea to tell that to my family and maybe possibly it would make me do X, Y, and Z. But it made me feel weird because when it come down to it, my ex is nothing like the person that they were trying to compare him to. And simultaneously, anybody else around him, I wouldn't even consider it as my person because I'm not finna, like, I don't backdoor. I'm not finna sleep with my ex's friends. I'm not. I'm not finna try to pursue a relationship with my ex's friends. I'm not interested in talking to or hanging out with my ex's friends. And especially after everything that happened in our relationship, I feel like it's a no. You know what I'm saying? It's just a no. Once summer is over and I'm out and about doing my thing and minding my, I'm not gonna be going up there hanging out with them. I'm not interested in hanging out with them. There are other places that I like to go. And even if it's a situation where I don't feel comfortable going to those places, there are other places to go. And there are other places to go, and there are other places to go some more. And if it's a situation where I don't feel comfortable going out in Houston, that means it's time for me to move. And that's just the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. This city is entirely too big. There are entirely too many bars, too many restaurants for it to be a situation where I don't feel comfortable nowhere. And every time I go somewhere, people are being nasty, mean, or whatever, bro. That means it's not meant for me to be here. That's the truth. It don't make no sense that, you know what I'm saying, I go out in my hometown and I can't find nobody, I can't meet nobody, I can't befriend nobody, I can't find no new boo. But I go out in a city that is completely, you know what I'm saying, and every time I go out I meet somebody, something is wrong. Okay? That's just the truth. That's just the truth. It ain't no situation where I didn't thought it around to such an extent here. So I'm like, I don't know people every time I go out. And you know what I'm saying? It ain't no, like, half the time I go out and people that's acting funny with me are complete strangers to me. But you know what I'm saying? I can tell by what they're doing and what they're saying that they know somebody that knows of me in such a way. And you know what I'm saying? I don't got time for that. I don't have time for weird people doing weird things. I know me myself, I would never put myself in a position to where somebody is a stranger to me and I see them out and I'm treating them funny because I know of their ex or I know of their friend, family, or whoever. It's just so weird to me. But I have had that experience several times going out where people are acting funny towards me, like they know me and I don't even know them. Okay, I'm just being real. I don't know. As far as that goes, you can feel however you want to. As far as I'm concerned, I have too much proof that I'm telling the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. That anybody that thinks that I'm crazy can kiss my entire ass. And that's the truth, the whole truth, and nothing. I've been prophesying for years. I've been prophesying online for almost 7 years. So anybody that's trying to say I'm making stuff up can kiss my ass and go back and watch my videos where I was prophesying on things that will be happening now, and they are actually happening now. You can go back and watch videos of me prophesying things that were going to happen in my life before they actively happened in my life. And yeah, and I'm just being real. Uh, and that's the truth. You know what I'm saying? I can't stunt. Me personally, I've had times where I seen things that I caught on camera, and people want to try to say that I'm crazy and I'm making stuff up, as if I don't have visible proof on camera. So you know what I'm saying? I feel like that's all perspective. Sometimes people want to call you crazy because you telling the truth or you are exposing them, and they don't want to be exposed. Sometimes it's a situation where people are trying to do some kind of evil to you and they want nobody to know they doing that evil. They don't want nobody to think of what they are. No, that's not possible, and etc. Bro. But when it come down to it, stranger things happen every day. It's people are trying to do evil all the time and get mad when they not just allowed to carry on with their evil plan. I feel that. I like being out here because I don't know. It could be that. I feel like plants give off positive energy, positive vibes. I love the fact that I'm learning how to grow things that I eat. I love the fact that I'm learning to grow, like, you know what I'm saying? Things that I could eat, things that I could, figuring out what kind of vegetables I like, especially when it comes to certain things. Certain things I never ate before. I never ate radishes. I never ate, you know what I'm saying, certain varieties of carrots and cucumbers, certain varieties of basil. It's the first time for that too, when it comes down to it. And I love that. This is a joy of gardening that I enjoy. But it does bring a peace. Like, it's a peace to being able to patiently wait for something. It's teaching me patience also. But I feel like it's relaxing, and it gives me a little place to hang out, especially during the summertime while my son is here. Because I could go somewhere right now. You know what I'm saying? I was thinking about going to work earlier, but I don't. My mom has made it very clear that she doesn't want to babysit my son for me. Now, although he could stay here by himself, I feel, you know what I'm saying, I don't want it to be a situation where I'm leaving to go to work or I'm leaving to go wherever, and my mom is feeling like I'm trying to, you know what I'm saying, feed my son off on her or force my son onto her or something like that. I don't feel like, you know what I'm saying, and that's just the truth. And I might get over it, you know what I'm saying, and then tomorrow decide to go out to work anyway. But I am telling, like, seriously, I don't want it to be that kind of vibe. And you know what I'm saying? I do feel like that is like her perspective. And she's not thinking about it in an instance of, like, I don't have my own house. And if I did have my own house, it would be a situation where he would be staying there by himself, you know what I'm saying, while I'm at work. And when I get back, we're together. But due to the fact that I don't, it's a situation where I don't know if I'm gonna leave when I leave, if she's here or not. But you know what I'm saying? I end up leaving and coming back when I end up coming back, regardless if she's here or not. And I get that from, like, I just feel like it's gonna take for my mom getting the understanding that not only is her daughter an adult, but her grandson is now old enough to stay home by himself. But you know what I'm saying? Maybe that's what it is. I don't know. But I don't feel like going through any kind of drama attached to that. Even though in reality, right now, today, I'm okay because my mom helped with getting me and my son something to eat. But simultaneously, I feel like I kind of messed myself up a little bit because I was trying to maintain a savings. I need a savings. I need a car. And I cannot possibly save money for a car if every time I have some money that is saved up, I end up spending it because I haven't received any money and I'm just spending. So it's like I got to go to work. Like, I just got to. I got to. And it is just so frustrating to me because it is causing me stress. Like, you know what I'm saying? Because I'm tired of feeling like I need to go to work. And I'm tired of asking for help and people saying, oh, you need a job. You need to go to work. You need to do this. You need, like, I would like to go to work. I would like to actively just go out to my job and carry on doing my job and bring my behind home. And you know what I'm saying? I may just have to get over it and do that. Because when it comes down to it, I have things that I want. You know what I'm saying? Speaking of which, cigarettes, bro. Like, even though I get it, cigarettes are not healthy. I could possibly, you know what I'm saying, eventually, hopefully, prayerfully stop smoking cigarettes. But at this point in time, I do smoke cigarettes. So I do need to go to work so I can earn enough money to buy my cigarettes. My bad. I keep the camera on this. Anyways, I'm gonna go to the restroom, y'all. I'll be right back. good, literally. Okay. Woo. That's cool. You said they'll never tell you that you're right. Whew. I can feel where you're coming from. I guess I can feel where you're coming from. I remember the moment my recent ex realized who my first husband was. And it's funny because it's like it's almost like he was mad at me that I didn't tell him who he was, but simultaneously, anytime I would talk to him about, you know what I'm saying, my life and the things that I've experienced, he would look at me like I was crazy and I was making stuff up and I'm living in a fairy tale world. And you know what I'm saying? Then when it was a situation where he wouldn't leave me alone and my ex it was like feeling so he was saying like he was a little nervous. I can't say, you know what I'm saying? I ain't never, you know what I'm saying, brought it up to him because I ain't trying to make him feel that, but he was acting like he was a little nervous, you know what I'm saying? Like, why he cares so much about you? And why that. And if he come back, y'all gonna be together. And I bet this and I bet the look, bro. And look, bro. You know what I'm saying? You could have carried on. And like, you know, it like, I don't know why some people act like it's so hard to treat you right. And then when they find out that, you know what I'm saying, it's gonna be a problem if they don't, they act like that's a problem. Like I don't know what was, but I get it. I guess from a man's perspective, he felt some kind of way because, you know what I'm saying, my ex was coming to my defense, but simultaneously he was wrong for what he was doing in the first place. And it shouldn't have been a situation where he felt like he should be able to just do whatever he want, however he want, and that's just that. Like, nah, bruh. Like, nah, bruh. That way. You know what I'm saying? That's just what it is. And it shouldn't be a situation where you need some viable proof that somebody on your level or higher was like, you know what I'm saying, care about me or love me for you to realize that it's a good idea for you to treat me right. That's BS. You know what I'm saying? And that's why when it come down to it, this delusional woman that he done found himself with, thinking that she me, impossible, bruh. Because, you know what I'm saying, you haven't even, like, first of all, you don't even know all the people I know. You haven't dated all the people I dated. You weren't married to the men that I were married to. And even when it comes down to it, my first husband, it's a difference between being married to him now and being married to him back then. Because, baby, when we was like when we first got together, it was a whole different vibe than it would be right now. So it's not the same. And you know what I'm saying? You can't even go back, you know what I'm saying? My first, for the real first, bro, my childhood sweetheart, he gone. So, like, you can't sit around and try to pretend like you me. Make believe that you me. You will never be me. And that's just what it is. You could never. You could never, bro. You could never. I grew up dating some ruthless men, bruh. And that's the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. It ain't no faking the funk over here. And just because you decide that you gonna date a man that you heard that I was dating, don't mean you become me, bitch. That way, you will never be stalked. You will never be able to create a whole whatever and call yourself a cartel, bruh. You are not me. Period. Don't know nothing about me. You don't know the kind of people I know. You don't know what kind of list I'm on. That way, I don't have to fake the fuck for nobody. People know who I am. And the ones that don't, they find out. That way. Man, y'all. Please. I need a spoon. Can I reprogram my body to the original calendar? I don't know about that. I haven't tried to. I can say that reprogramming my body to the original calendar hasn't been one of my main goals. I feel like that's not one of the goals of life anyway. If it's intended for our bodies to be, you know what I'm saying, on a certain calendar, I feel like we would eventually get there. I'm dryly sitting up here looking up motorcycle Bluetooth headsets. My bad, y'all. My bad, y'all. I did it on purpose at first. But I think so. Either I'm going to have to get a whole nother helmet, or I can get a little piece that I'll be able to put inside my helmet. Hopefully and prayerfully, I'll be able to get the piece that I can put inside my helmet, because my helmet was not cheap. As is, even though, you know what I'm saying, I guess it would be nice to get, like another helmet, and then I have a spare helmet in case somebody want to ride with me and they don't have one. But due to the fact that I keep a low number of friends, I think it makes more sense for me to get a piece that can go inside the helmet I already have. I guess perspective. I'm gonna go get my little notebook. So I can write it in. I know I need to put some lights. Some straight lights going up a little fast. That's crazy, yo. So with obviously to go and get my notebook, which were all the way in the front. Oh, let me put this back so I'm not overwhelmed with bugs. But I had no idea that, you know what I'm saying, out front, the neighbors got music blasting like they had a party. I'm all the way back here, so I can't hear it. But I heard it when I was up there. Anyways, I'm back in my little notebooks so I can take notes. I haven't been taking notes really. You said you in the middle of something right now. That's cool. Hey, what's up? I'm sitting up here making notes about the plants that I'm growing, trying to keep track of what's going on. You trying to figure out what's going on with your company. Oh, okay. I can understand that. Y'all trying to figure out how to split the farmland. You rather grow vegetables with animals. Y'all should do a farm. you rather grow vegetables that deal with animals, I could understand that. I had a lot of notes on different things going on out here, yo, that I haven't just like took out the time to just write about it, and I feel so relieved that I talked about it in my little book. So, you know what I'm saying? Next year, around this time, when I'm trying to get certain things going, I want to know what, you know what I'm saying, little notes I might have for myself from this year, even though obviously I'm me simultaneously, you know what I'm saying, you can get certain things. So it does help to take notes so that I could, you know what I'm saying, next year this time go through my own notes and know what was growing, how, when I started, what, etc. It could help, you know what I'm saying? Anyway, even if it's just somebody wanting to learn how to grow something that I'm growing, it would help them for them to be able to ask me when I started planting, when I planned it. I mean, when I planted it, how I got it to grow and what, you know what I'm saying? Like, I just feel like my notes help with that. But if it don't help nobody, it for sure help me. Because I can't stand, I struggle with certain things. And like I said, I feel like even though I have a lot of things growing, I don't see myself as an expert. I see myself as somebody that is currently learning. I'm even learning the plants that are currently in my garden, which is why I'm taking notes the way I am, because I'm still trying to learn these plants and get to know them, what they like, how they like it, and etc. Even when it comes to placement of them being in the greenhouse, outside the greenhouse, what area of the greenhouse, because I'm learning that some plants don't like certain places. Like, you know what I'm saying? Certain plants don't mind being in the sun, and most plants don't like it though. You know what I'm saying? I'm even like, as far as this whole area, I'm probably gonna have to try to invest in some kind of way to add shade right there, because most plants don't like the way the sun is beating down right here. So I'm gonna have to figure something out for that. Okay, that makes sense. That's what's up. So that means you're growing for not only for yourself but also for a profit, right? That's cool. They have a lot of videos on that specifically. At least I have seen a lot of videos on that specifically on here, but I myself, I don't feel like I'm on the level to where I can grow for profit right now. I feel you. It doesn't hurt to try. It doesn't hurt to try. To be honest, as long as you try, you know what I'm saying? As long as you trying, you can't fail. And that means that, just because the first time you try it doesn't work out the way you wanted to, doesn't mean the next time you try it won't. And I feel like that's one thing with gardening. Just because the first time you try it don't work out the way you want, it don't mean the next time you try that it's gonna fail again. And you can always try again. You know what I'm saying? And that's one thing I love about it. I've been gardening for years. I have loved gardening for years, and the first time I tried it, everything didn't work out the way I wanted it. The second time, everything didn't work out the way I wanted it. The third time, you know what I'm saying? But when it comes down to it, you can always try again and put forth effort with a different way. You're trying to learn a new way or whatever that may work out better for you than what you tried in the past. And I feel like that's the cool thing about it. You get to know, and then learning a new plant is like learning a new person because they are all so different. And it's like they have different personalities by the different kind of nutrients they like, the amounts. It could be a situation where certain things they only want a little bit, certain things they want a lot. And it's kind of like a person and how they like certain things and they dislike certain things. They don't like being, you know what I'm saying, where they want to be in proportion to the sun. Sometimes they want to be all up in the sun. Sometimes they want to be in the shade. Sometimes they want to be in the sun, but not exactly all the way in the sun, depending on how much sun it is. What kind of sun is it? Is it desert sun? Is it humid sun? Or is it regular sun? Because, you know what I'm saying? They are so different. And living like in the area I live in, I have to find plants that love the sun. Like, and a lot of the plants in my garden, they love being like full throttle sun. And even though some of them are kind of positioned in shade, and I have these extra boards in here because the sun has just been so heavy, so crazy, but they still, you know what I'm saying, doing their thing and being vibrant and whatever. But I feel like that is kind of important to know what the plants themselves like, because some plants can't take the heat, some plants can't take the cold, and you have to know some of them like to be in soil that's kind of loose and dry. Some of them like soil that's really wet, and they have different persons. They like, it's like knowing different people. You feel like you healing childhood wounds. I suppose if that's how you feel, you know what I'm saying? I know everybody have their own personal viewpoints. I don't know, I don't see it from that perspective. From my point of view, I just enjoy gardening. I enjoy, growing things. I enjoy seeing things that I grew from literal seed. Like, you know what I'm saying? The little itty bitty seed, and it becomes this huge plant. I love being able to grow things that I can eat because food is so expensive and risky at this point. So I find that cool. I enjoy that aspect of it. Now, I don't grow with the intention of selling anything that I grow. I grow things that I myself like to eat. And I don't know if I would ever get to the point where I'm growing with the intent to sell or to turn it into a business per se. At this point, it's one of my hobbies. It's one of my favorite hobbies. I really do enjoy growing my own food. It's also a source of food because, you know what I'm saying, I'm poor. So it does help having a garden tremendously. But I don't know. I never thought of it as like, you know what I'm saying, a source of income. And then I'm still trying to figure it out on my own. Yeah, that's the smartest thing right there. And that's kind of what I am trying to do. Some of the plants that I have, they don't sell them in the store, but they love this weather. So I would say definitely see what grows naturally out there. But you know, with certain plants, they have so many different varieties that you can kind of like look into it and try to figure out what variety likes the kind of weather that you have naturally in your area, and grow that. And if your area, from my memory, I think you stay in an area that kind of gets the best of both worlds. Like y'all get really hot summers, but y'all also have winters. You could split it up into two different seasons. For me personally, I feel like we have like an extended season. Like it's not even, because we don't have two different seasons. Our winter is just like a few months. It's like 3 months tops. And in reality, you know what I'm saying, most things are probably going to survive. So I feel like we don't have a split up of seasons like most other places. It's a situation where it stays hot for so long. So I have to look for things that like the heat. You trying to learn the fall crops? One thing I'm learning is a lot of the fall crops are supposed to be, and this is like I can't say, it kind of had me a little confused because some of the, like when I first started learning gardening, what I learned was you grow certain things during the spring, you harvest at the end of summer, and then you plant certain things in the fall and you harvest at the end of, like right before spring, and the cycle continues. However, there are certain things that, you know what I'm saying, it's like where people will talk about fall crops and planting them in the springtime, and sometimes there'll be spring crops that people plant in the fall. And I feel like when it come down to, I feel like I just answered my own question. But my confusion comes from like certain plants are only supposed to be okay during the winter, and certain plants are only supposed to be okay during the summer. But that's one thing that I have to look into for my climate, because we don't really have a winter like that. And plants that don't like a lot of heat won't survive here. And that's just what it is. But if I can find a variety of that plant that does like the heat, then you know what I'm saying, I'm in luck. Now 3 to 4, I don't know about. I don't know about those 3 to 4 crops out of 1 year. I feel like if you get in 4 different crops out of the same plot of land every year, you may be pulling things up before their like correct time. You know what I'm saying? It's like you not allowing anything to finish before you let something else begin. Yeah, so that means you have to have at least 3 months. That sounds good. That might be something that I could plant once we do go into our winter. Like when we finally go into our winter season and I have some space, possibly, I could try to plant some cabbage and some broccoli. But that's what I really want. Not really. I do like cabbage a little bit, especially when I have like some fish tacos or some shrimp tacos. It is always good to have a little coleslaw going. It's so good. But I would also like to have broccoli, but I like a certain kind of broccoli. good night. You said it right before I was because I sure was gonna close this live. I just finished my view and my cigarette outside. I've been on here for hours. I'm not sure how long. Y'all finna do y'all. I'm slipping, sliding back in. About to fall over. Hold on. Thank you guys for watching. Be sure to like, share, and subscribe. I'm finna dip. I love you guys for bits and pieces, and I appreciate you coming to hang out with me on this beautiful Friday. Deuces.